Well, that's a good thing. Yeah. They go down golf. The guys, but there's a nice rock fence.
Okay, it is 6:16. I would like to call this meeting to order. If everybody would please stand and remove your hats, and we will recite the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, we'll do roll call, and I would remind the board members to speak clearly and loudly into your microphones, please.
Joe Maddox Nelson. Here. Angie Schreiber. Here. Kristen Matt Miller. Here. Daniel Nicholson.
Here.
Gene Adams.
Here.
Mike Friesick.
Here.
Danny Pyatt.
Here. Letter D is district mission. I've asked Danny Nicholson if he will read our district mission on the top of our strategic plan.
So our mission is to, we are driven by purpose, guided by integrity, and defined by success. Our vision is to build a proud Indigo community, and our motto is don't talk about it, be about it.
Thank you, Danny. Number 2, reorganization of the board. I will be looking for nominations of the chair pro tem. At this time, the floor is open for nominations for chair pro tem.
I nominate Glenn Wojcinski, the chair pro tem for the Unified School District of Indigo Board of Education.
Nomination for Glenda Ochinsky to be the chair pro tem for the Unified School District of Indigo Board of Education. Glenda, do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations for chair pro tem for the school board? Third and final, any other nominations for the chair pro tem? By unanimous consent, Linda, you are now the chair pro tem.
At this time, I will be seeking nominations for board president.
I'd like to nominate Kristen Matt Miller as board president, presided over by chair pro tem. Kristen, I think that you are open to conversation. I think that you have the best interest of our students and staff in the community, and I think you're open to having difference of opinions come forward and have those open conversations. So I hope you will accept the nomination.
Ms. Matt Miller, will you accept the nomination for board president?
I do appreciate the nomination, but I will.
Thank you. Again, I am accepting nominations for the board president.
I nominate Mike Parisic for board president.
Mr. Parisi, do you accept the nomination for board president?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for board president?
I nominate Danny Pyatt for board president.
Mr. Pyatt, do you accept the nomination for board president?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations for board president? Second time, are there any nominations for board president? Third and final time, are there any additional nominations for board president? Hearing none, we will do a vote. Mrs. Foster, can we have your assistance to count votes, please?
At this time, with the votes, we have three for Mike Parizek and 4 for Danny Pyatt for board president.
Thank you. So our board president is Mr. Danny Pyatt.
Letter C, nomination for board vice president. I will open the floor for first call nominations for board vice president.
I nominate Gene Adams as the Vice President for the Unified School District of Andover Board of Education. Gene, I am nominating you because I think that with your experience working in the community, working with Boys and Girls Club, and your education and nonpartisan view on a lot of topics, I think that you would make a great asset to this district, given your experience in education.
Gene, receiving the nomination, do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Second call for nomination for board vice president.
I'd like to nominate Kristen Matlock.
Kristen Matt Miller, you've been nominated for board vice president. Do you accept that nomination?
I will.
Third and final call, nominations for board vice president. Hearing none on the third call, Deanna, could we have the ballots, please, for the election of the board vice president?
At this time, with the votes for board vice president, Kristen Matt Miller, 4 votes. Gene Adams, 3 votes.
Thank you, Kristen. You are our newly elected vice president for this school year. Letter D, nominations of the board clerk. I will be looking for first call nominations of board clerk.
I nominate Mike Parizek for board clerk.
Nomination for Mike Parizek for board clerk. Mike, do you accept that nomination? Yes. Second call for nominations for board clerk. Second call nominations for board clerk.
I nominate Gene Adams as board clerk.
Nomination for Gene Adams for board clerk. Gene, do you accept that nomination?
I don't know. Can someone briefly describe what the clerk does?
Kristen, go ahead, because I think you served in that
So
role.
you're overlying, or the biggest role you play is to oversee the election, to make sure that the rules are being followed and the timelines are being set. And then if for some reason Deanna wouldn't be present, you are the keeper the next meeting, which I have only did multiple times. Okay. I have that position.
No, I'll decline.
Okay. Nominations for the board clerk. For third and final time, nominations for board clerk.
I'll nominate Jill.
nomination for board clerk is Jill Nelson. Jill, do you accept the nomination?
I appreciate the nomination and I am already serving as treasurer, so I believe by default,
That is correct.
yes, I apologize.
So I will nominate Angie Schreiber. Angie, would you accept nomination for board clerk?
Yes.
Okay, we have two nominees for board clerk, Mike Parizek and Angie Schreiber. Did I ask for three? Myron? Okay. So now we have the ballots, the ballot extent, please.
At this time, the votes for board clerk, 3 for Angie Schreiber and 4 for Mike Parizek.
Mike, you are our new board clerk. Congratulations. Number 3, citizens and delegations. Letter A is public comment. We do have 4 people who have signed up for public comment. Public comment at board meetings. The presiding officer shall be guided by the following rules. Public comment shall be permitted before the board takes official action on any issue of substance. Attendees must register their intention to comment in the public portion of the meeting on their arrival at the meeting. Comments made by the public shall be civil in content and tone, affirming the decorum established for a school board meeting by the school board. As far as any comments or remarks about school board members, employees, students, positions or position titles, and/or district citizens shall not be made permitted. Comments by the public shall be in reference to a specific agenda item. Participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by an announcement of their name and group affiliation if and when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 5 minutes duration, and there will be a time clock on the screen. No participant may speak more than once on the same topic unless all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. Participants shall address only topics within the legitimate jurisdiction of the board. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No person may address or question board members individually. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when that person does not observe reasonable decorum. Request the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of a disorderly person when that person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for a recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. Portion of the meeting during which the comment of the public is invited shall be limited to 60 minutes unless extended by a vote of the board. A reminder to the board members and to the speakers, this is not a conversation between the board and the person speaking at the microphone. The person at the microphone will be allotted their 5 minutes to speak, and we will move to the next person who has signed up to speak. Having said that, the first person who signed up is Tom Cost, and he is speaking on the aquatic center.
I'm back. I'm back. Been here for several months now. Really, I have 4 inches of material. I like to print emails and keep copies. I have 4 inches of material, so I just want to hit a couple highlights in review as the board thinks about the aquatic center. I sent an email to Davis on Thursday, and I sent a copy. I hope you all received it yesterday. But the key point for me in there to Davis was in the second last paragraph, me asking him to, can you facilitate a meeting with us and district staff, us meaning the foundation and the other people that are involved in this. Our goal would be to hammer out a good budget so the Clara R. McKenna Aquatic Center, so all parties can have confidence in what is needed for successful operations. We're talking about taxpayers, donors, operators, all kinds of people involved to keep that thing going. We will absolutely accept district facts that are accurate if the district also commits to changing their numbers that are inaccurate, and both sides, we probably have to deal with some of that. For example, and we can just talk about those. Let me just drop that. That was just my request to him. Let's get us together. And if you vote tonight to continue the aquatic center, we still need to get together. We've got to make sure the funding comes in. We've got to make sure that the thing is operated, that the aquatic operator is in place, and that they'll do what they said they would. So, and one of our biggest challenges, I'm a logical guy. I've been a business manager, a loan officer, a tax preparer, a financial advisor since I was 24 years old. And so in the 4th paragraph of my May 21st email, I just point out the challenge we've had in getting accurate numbers. The paragraph starts, during the budget development process, a truly unexpected challenge has come up. In the 2 months between March 18th board meeting and May 18th board meeting, district staff is giving widely varying budget numbers to the board, to the task force, and therefore to the public. So I don't know, we need to go into that detail either. You haven't. But in a 2-month period, we can't see a deficit amount changing by $238,800. It's not possible. So again, remember, I'm logical. Those things don't happen. So anyway, Dr. Davis, your counsel, it seems like he's engineering this process since he's the one that sent the email. I replied to him and say, can you get us together? There's various issues we've got to deal with. Financial are most of it, but there's plenty more. So that's my question and my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Our second speaker is Mary Jo Philbrandt, and she will also be speaking on the aquatic center.
You know, I was thinking about not talking tonight because when I reflected upon, I retired 11 years ago and had gone to 3,600 board meetings, committee meetings and everything, and I thought, I can't go to another meeting. But I'm here. And the reason I'm here, I want to share with you the background of the foundation. It was originally created in the 90s, and it was created as the Citizens of Annabelle Trust Society called CATS, and it was put in place because money was raised for the Vaughan Theater. The building construction was just a flat building, and the money was raised for basically what you call like the peak, it's not called that, and all the equipment. So at that time, I believe $800,000 was raised for the Vaughan Theater. As time went on, the name was changed to the Foundation of the Unified School District of Annabelle because it more appropriately reflected what that foundation was going to do. And over the years, we provided classroom teacher grants, we provided art and band and STEM program money. We collected $250,000 toward the Midlothian Lake facility, $186,000 to resurface the tennis courts back in 2006 and added lighting over there. We still hold money to do at least a part of the resurfacing of the tennis courts. So a variety of things that foundation has done over the years. And again, we've been the reciprocal of the money to make projects go forward in the district. In 1999, when the board signed the resolution that's referred to in regards to the aquatic center, it was signed by Gary Keeper, and what it said was, I'm not going to note verbatim, I can't remember that, but it basically said that they wouldn't pay any cost to the aquatic center. That was before fundraising happened. And that resolution was put in place thinking that this group would never raise the money for the aquatic center. Well, they did. They raised $4.3 million. And I have a spreadsheet here that I was still able to obtain for 573 people, businesses, organizations that donated that $4.3 million. You know, we got the $1 million donation, and that's why it's called the Clear Antenna. The Brewska Pool, $250,000. The Remington Foundation, $250,000. Pool Vantage, $250,000. Anago Cheese Company, which is now Satori, gave $250,000. Several people gave $100,000, $50,000. All the plaques are at the aquatic center. You'll also notice that 100 people took the first year memberships to get the aquatic center going. So it was a community project. It brought the community together. If you took a look at the list, there's family members, relatives, friends, and neighbors of new board members that have donated. As time went on, we took money in for projects. The Sheldon Spray Garden, they donated $100,000 toward the spray garden. $550,000 was donated from a variety of sources to redo the HVAC system. Plastering of the walls, several projects were completed. All these projects, the Vaughan Theater, way back when, to the Aquatic Center, to the Midlothian Lake facility, happened because the district was our partner. We worked together. We looked through budgets. We felt that we were confident that our donors could trust the relationship between the foundation and the district. The relationship we're asking for now is the same thing, where we can work with the district, the board, the administration, to keep this facility open. We want it open. The community wants it open. You know, when you look at all the resources that the district has, it's DPI in regards to this matter. Fund 80 is utilized in several districts around the state. Would be a real helpful resource to take a look at how they're operating. In fact, I have a survey here that was taken in the Wisconsin Valley officials area, and they have 83 districts, and they're all around the state that have Fund 80. They're all operating. They're all continuing to move forward with a variety of projects, whether it's childcare, after-school programs, pools, all over the state. Mosinee, Wittenberg, Rhinelander, they're all functioning with Fund 80. It's been a gift from the legislature so we can have community programs for our community.
Thank you, Mary Jo. That is your 5 minutes. Our next speaker is Paula Royce. Paula will also be speaking on the aquatic center.
As most of you know, I'm Paula Royce. I also wear lots of hats for many different things. I want to address this board because you guys really need to listen to the people and what they're saying, to the words and to the actions of the people showing up, taking time, and filling this room tonight and in the past. Hearing what your decisions and your approach to this aquatic center have meant to the young people who call themselves Red Robins and Penguins and to this community. Over the last several months, I've watched decisions being made behind closed doors and information being shared without the context people deserve. This is about trust, transparency, and responsibility. These are not optional, they are what the community expects from its leaders. Like I and others have said before, the Aquatic Center is not just a building. It is not just a line item. It is not a burden. It is where kids learn confidence. It's where families find belonging. It's where students access opportunities they can't find elsewhere. It's where my own children and many others have learned discipline, teamwork, and resilience. It's where so many Red Robins and Penguins have found second homes. If the school shuts down, it's not just an inconvenience, it will be a shockwave. It impacts kids who are already carrying more than they should. It impacts families who rely on this space for physical, emotional, and social development. And it impacts the community that has always stepped up, fundraising, volunteering, and showing up when asked. What's hardest for me is watching our young people try to understand why the adults in charge don't seem to be willing to fight for something that means so much to them. Because they are fighting, they are showing up, and they care, and that should matter. I am deeply disappointed in how this situation has been handled thus far. The unwillingness to fully recognize the educational value of the school when it clearly serves physical education, special education, and athletics. I'm here because this matters, because our kids matter, because our community matters. I now want to ask everybody in this room, if you have ever used the Aquatic Center for any reason, please stand if you're able. Now look around. This isn't just a place. It's where memories were made, where growth happened, and where people have found belonging. Board, please, now think about all the young people that you represent. Our Red Robins, our Penguins. They are watching you. They are the ones who will carry the impact of your decisions long after this meeting ends. I am asking this board and administration to do better, to communicate honestly, stop treating this facility as a problem and start treating it as the asset it has always been. Commit to keeping this pool open while you work with this community to find a sustainable plan. And most importantly, remember that every decision you make affects real children. Children who are watching, learning, and forming their understanding of leadership based on what they see here. They are the future. The question is, will you be the leaders that they need?
Thank you very much, Chloe. Our fourth and last speaker is Maya Kilman. Did I say your name correctly? Thank you. And she will also be speaking on the Aquatic Center.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Maya Keelman, also known as Maya Boulder prior to marriage. I'm here addressing you tonight because I believe that the local pool is more than just a building to me. It's a place who helped shape who I am today. I started swimming in the 2nd grade. Like many young people, I was looking for a place to belong, a place where I could manage myself and grow, challenge myself and grow. The pool became that place. Through swimming, I learned discipline, responsibility, time management, and perseverance. I learned that the success comes from showing up every day, even when things are difficult. The lessons I learned in the water extend far beyond the pool deck. Swimming taught me how to handle setbacks, work hard towards my goals and how to keep pushing forward when times get tough. Those lessons that has helped shape my school, my career, and in my life and my athletic career. As I got older, I had the privilege of becoming a varsity high school swim member and a varsity swim team manager for the girls and boys. As an adult, I was able to evolve into a swim coach. Coaching allowed me to give back to the program that has given so much to me. I watched young swimmers gain confidence, develop leadership skills, and discover strengths that they did not know that they had prior to that. I saw students who struggled socially find friendships. I saw children learn to believe in themselves. I also saw athletes learn how to make means work and work as a team. If this school closes, you are not simply losing a facility. You are losing opportunities for students to grow, learn, and succeed in a place where families can have fun. You are also losing a safe place where children can develop life-saving water skills. You are also losing a program that teaches discipline, commitment, and resilience. Not every student finds their passion in a classroom, on a basketball court, on a football field, or on a wrestling mat. For some students, that passion is found in the pool. Losing it would take away the opportunity that has changed countless lives, including my own. I understand that difficult decisions must sometimes be made. However, I ask that you consider the long-term value and effect that the pool provides to students in this community. The impact of swimming extends far beyond competition. It builds stronger students, stronger leaders, and stronger citizens in this Annandale community. I stand here today as someone whose life was positively shaped from swimming, managing, and coaching these children. I know firsthand the difference school can make. I respectfully ask you to keep this opportunity available for future generations, such as my family and my children someday. I can greatly stand behind the fact that most of this community will be highly disappointed if you close this, and that you would not be building a proud Annandale community anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, item number 4 is consent agenda. Letter A is approval of agenda, minutes, financial reports, report of retirement and resignation, report of new hires, and overnight school activity trips. I will be looking for a motion, please.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda for tonight's meeting and move item number 7 forward.
Motion on the floor to move item number 7 forward before the consent agenda. Mike, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, it's regarding board vacancies, and I'd like to move it forward because there's a lot of people here that have took time out of their night and expressed interest in vacancies. It's a lengthy process, and we have a pretty full agenda tonight, so out of consideration for everybody's time, I think it would be the right thing to do.
Okay. Are there any discussions with the motion on the floor to amend the agenda to move item number 7 to become item number 4? Jill?
I appreciate the feedback that Mike just shared, and I was wondering, when I look at the agenda, that would put the pool discussion at the end. Correct?
That would be correct.
And so then I would say, just talking out loud, because the 4 public comment focus on the pool, and seeing familiar faces as well. I would argue that there's plenty of people in the audience tonight that are here for the discussion and possible action on the aquatic center, which would put that at the very end, following all interviews, and I don't know how many we have. So,
Okay. Any other questions or comments of the motion on the floor to move item number 7 to item number 4? Danny?
I do think that we should move that up just because there are some pretty big decisions that we have to vote on for some of these today. And I think the 2 board members being down, I do think that it would be acceptable or appropriate to have people who are interviewing come up, interview, and we can reach an agreement for candidates. I think that it would be good for their voices to be heard and allowed to vote on the items that we're going to be talking about.
Any other questions or discussion of the motion on the floor?
I guess I see it both ways, because it's also a big ask to ask them to come on to the board and make decisions on a meeting that they may not have had the time to prepare for, because, reaching out for questions or concerns or anything like that, so I kind of see that both ways, that if they are big decisions, is to ask them to make those without appropriate time to prepare questions as well.
We have two other members that haven't spoken. I'll give you an opportunity to speak before we have other discussion. Any other questions or comments of the motion that is on the floor? The two members that have not spoken had an opportunity, and they have signified to the chair that they have nothing to speak. Jill?
In the interest of transparency, I will not vote in favor of this simply because I will base my vote off of for public comment focusing on the aquatic center, which has been very important to the community. And so to not push that to the end of the agenda, I will not be voting.
Any other comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Angie?
I also, I guess, would like to say that I don't think that it would be fair to the new board members to make these kind of decisions without having information and the chance of discussing questions that they may have. I mean, these are pretty big topic. And, you know, I just, and coming, and I would like that, because I like to make informed and educated decisions, so I would like to know all the information I'd like before we're voting on something like that. That's what's on our agenda, so I would like to say no.
Any other questions, Dan?
I would like to say that, I agree with what you guys are saying, that this is a big decision. However, I did not get these financial reports until just now sitting down to look at the expense reports from the pool, so I am going to be having to make a decision based on 5:30 when I got here to look at these expense reports. And when I logged in last night to take a look at some of these topics, I didn't have any information until 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. So, I mean, I don't think that it's unrealistic to allow people to interview and potentially make votes and base decisions on information that we ourselves as board members just now received today.
Any other questions or discussion of the motion on the floor?
Just want to say I appreciate Danny, you adding that to the discussion, that rings true with me.
Final call for questions or discussion of the motion on the floor. Nathan, are we ready for the vote?
Yes, we are.
Okay, your voting device is before you. You are in favor of moving item 7, it's a yes. If you are against, it's a no. Gene and Jill keep trying to do it. Dan, is there a reason why we have Jill Maddox Nelson and Jill Matt Miller? Should that be Kristen Matt Miller?
Yeah.
They called a lot of things.
Give us just a moment for the technical difficulties. We're in the middle of votes, so we're not to discuss anything.
There we go. It's updated. Sorry about that.
So do you need a new vote?
No, you just switch Kristen and Joel.
Oh, jeez. Grab the wrong one.
You can also, while you're changing, you can remove adding
Everyone casted their vote, or
Do we do it again, or?
Should
we vote
can
again?
you have everyone vote again?
Okay, board members, can you recast your vote, please?
Let's do it.
Okay,
Without me.
Kristen. There you go.
All right, would anyone like to change their vote? All right, the vote is now closed. We have 4 yes and 3 no. The motion fails. I'm sorry, motion carries. Motion carries. Thank you, Kristen, for correcting me. So we will move to item 4, which is now board vacancies. And board members, you received an email from our attorney today explaining the process. It's a special process to fill board vacancies whenever there are a number of candidates. And I believe, Deanna, we have 9 candidates, correct?
That is correct, 9 candidates.
And the 9 candidates' names are on the paper. We have Randy Myers. Are you ready? You're here. Yes, I see that hand. Donna Smith. Donna Smith is here. Jeremy Hankey Senior is here. George Shenners is here. Bob Wilson is here. Beverly Kreisig. Beverly is here. Carol Bardot is here. Melissa Cornelius is here. And David DeBrew is here. So, board members, you have an opportunity to look at the memorandum. Are there any questions about the memorandum that Mrs. Oginski or I or Deanna can answer for you? Because this is something that, this is a one-time procedure that we would have to vote in order to, the initial applicant pool reduction, as you see on the bottom there of page 1, to narrow the field down from 9 candidates to 4. All 9 candidates will be interviewed, and then we would vote to narrow the field down to 4 candidates. And then those 4 candidates will be the candidates that we would vote on to fill the 2 board vacant seats. And we would fill both of those vacant seats one at a time. So the first thing that we need to understand, board members, is if you want to follow this memorandum that came from Davis, and if so, I would need a motion to accept.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought the outline seemed very clear to me with one part that wasn't spelled out is how the actual, votes are taken. Are we writing on paper? Are we doing a roll call?
They would be voiced votes just like it has been in the past, or what we have done to fill board seats in the past.
So Yana calls a name, we say,
Yes, ma'am.
that person says the name.
Yes, ma'am.
So just one downside to that, although I don't think it's as strong of a downside, in following these guidelines that Davis recommended, it's just the possibility that a vote that you hear earlier can influence a later vote. Not that I'm sensitive to that, because my name starts with Adams, hey, I don't get any influence. I don't get to be influenced. Whatever, anyways, you know what I'm saying.
That is understandable, and that's the reason that we actually, several years ago, went to the electronic voting. But we don't have policy set on filling board vacancies in any other fashion other than the voice votes. And we cannot use ballots. According to state statutes, the only time ballots are to be used is for electing officers for the school board. We can change something in policy going forward, which is something I would recommend for all of us to be thinking about. I think you already are, given last Monday night. This is something that we will be referring to policy committee, this one policy, to change to fit what we are doing here.
Yeah, I don't think that the roll call approach is a deal breaker with this particular system, but I'm just in general not a fan.
As I am not a fan either. Would anyone else like to make a comment, or make a motion to accept this? If not, if we deny what has been put out by our attorney, we will experience what we experienced last Monday. Just putting that out there. Danny?
I just have a question. So kind of piggybacking off that, if it's not clearly outlined by Davis in the recommendation there, can we modify it so that, can we go to Deanna one-on-one in front of everybody and say our person? Because I mean, then we're not influencing anybody else's vote around the table. We would simply just be going to Deanna and saying, I vote so-and-so, and then she could tally it. Could we do that?
I will comment as that question is posed to share. Jean had emailed Merrill and Wasa's, policy regarding filling of board vacancies, and I just reviewed those, so thank you for sharing. I just revisited specific to the Cushing Post. Both Merrill School District and Wasa School District have written ballots in their voting procedures, so it's outlined or how we have been operating would be consistent with at least 2 local districts, for board vacancy positions. So sharing that, not to cut you off or not get an answer, but to share in case it helps generate further discussion.
Yeah. But I think their policy probably allows that, like, we are bound by our policy.
Based on this, it would be bound by their policies for all bodies.
Yeah, they
Okay,
are.
yes.
Yes, so their policy covers statements, they can do that, which is fine. There's like, this is something that we need to address at the board, for sure. So that it's handled more professionally and better, more effectively in the future. But as of right now, you know, the process of that takes time, we don't have that time. So moving forward, we can fix it, but for tonight, I think we have to follow what the original plan is. I'm not sure how, your suggestion was.
Yeah, I agree with you, AJ. I don't, that's why I'm asking that question, because I don't think we'd be going against what Davis is recommending. It would be still a vocal vote, but it is a halfway point of, so that we don't influence each other's votes, and we would just go strictly to Deanna. Or to the board president, whichever, I mean, Deanna.
Not me.
Okay, Deanna.
Go to Deanna.
Okay.
According to the conversations I've had with WASB the past week regarding this, because our policy is so vague, we as a board have the jurisdiction to decide what we want to do. We don't necessarily need an attorney's recommendation. We can do what we want to do. I appreciate Davis outlining this because it makes it fairly clear. It is fairly lengthy, but I think it covers everything in there.
I agree with, can he opine on this?
I'm here.
Davis, are you hearing this conversation?
Yeah, I picked up in the middle of it, but I guess what Mike said is correct. I mean, I've made a recommendation, but if the board believes there's a more preferred way, Mike is correct. It is in the board's jurisdiction to decide that. And I'm not saying my way is the correct way. I'm just saying my way is a reasonable option for the board to consider if it is looking to guarantee that the seats be filled tonight.
Davis, I feel like that the board is agreeing that your recommendation, the way to get to the board's seats being filled is a correct manner. There was just a question of the voting procedure and the board members stating who they're voting for publicly. And Danny had brought to the table that is it possible that each board member can go to Deanna. We don't even have to speak it to Deanna. We can write the name down on a piece of paper that Deanna has. So we could add that in here.
So essentially, Danny would like to do a secret ballot.
No, it's still verbal. It's just, I agree with, Jean in the sense of, I don't want to potentially sway or throw anybody off based on if you truly feel that a candidate is the best candidate that you, as a city board member, want. I don't want there to be a roll call vote like that vocally where it could sway someone else. I do agree with Gene in that, and I thought that that would be a healthy midway point just to go to Deanna, just for the time being. I mean, I agree with what Davis has recommended, that it is some sort of structure for us to fill these today. But I do think there's a midway point for the vote.
So, okay, so Danny, your suggestion is to voice your vote to Deanna so the other members cannot hear your vote.
Yes.
I would believe that to be, you know, whether it's written or verbalized, I would believe that to be a secret ballot. And per statute, a secret ballot may be utilized to determine any election or other decision of a governmental body, or I'm sorry, no secret ballot may be utilized to determine any election or other decision of a governmental body except the election of the officers.
What if Deanna read off the votes after we all voted? It wouldn't be secret. It'd just be the same way that we're doing our electronic device, but it would be the analog version.
I guess that's true. Are you using your devices tonight?
We use them for all board action.
Okay. So, I guess that didn't answer my question. Are the devices being utilized tonight?
They are being utilized tonight, but the way that the devices are made, they're just yes and no and
right,
abstaining from votes, yes.
Right.
Because didn't very recently, a very near district to us get sued for using secret ballots and something that wasn't board?
Yeah, I guess. I guess I'm not entirely comfortable advising that the board voice their vote to Deanna, and then have her read it after. I don't want a situation where a secret ballot is determined to be utilized, and that's because of the process that's been suggested. The legally safe route is to voice your vote, as has been done.
I have a question. Can Deanna say the names of the candidate who is up for vote, and then we use our electric voting device so that it is posted once we're voting, so it's not a roll call vote like that verbally?
And then if you are in favor of.
Right, you would do yes.
Linda Oginski, you would say yes.
Yes.
And then we would have several votes.
Correct.
To.
Right, so I mean, then we would be utilizing.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, but then you're gonna have multiple votes for one candidate. I'm sorry, you're gonna be voting on multiple candidates. Each board member would be vote with the intention of being, each board member has one vote for a singular candidate.
So we could do rounds of it then. So let's say Glenda Oginski received 4 votes, she would move to the next round.
We would potentially have 9 rounds.
Right, right.
Because in the first vote, it'd be 9 people that were voted upon. And the way that Davis is outlining is to help us to reduce the 4 candidates to vote on for 2 seats.
Can we switch from roll call vote verbally halfway through Davis's structure once the candidates get more narrowed down and use our electronic devices?
I guess my clarifying question is, it seems as though electronic device voting system for this would be secret ballot. It's not, I just wanted to make sure that's secret.
No, I don't think using your electronic device as secret ballot because it's going to, it auto-populates and shows everybody's vote.
I just like the electronic ballot because you're not,
Everybody votes at once.
right, you vote at once, so it's not leading anybody else to potential decisions. So can we do that halfway through the screening, once we get lower candidates?
And continue with the voice votes until we get to until we get to the 4 candidates?
Unless we can figure out a way to, otherwise, I mean, I'm trying to find a midway point for
So
that.
follow Davis's recommendation that he sent to us until we narrow down to 4 candidates.
And then use electronic.
Based on the recommendation given to us, we're only narrowing it to the 4 candidates once, correct? And then we pulled the 2 members from those 4. That's my understanding.
Davis, you can, feel free to correct, but I think that we can follow Danny's plan of doing the voice vote until we narrow down to the 4 candidates. And then the 4 candidates, whenever they are named, then we would have those candidates individually. We would be voting on individual candidate, and if you're in favor of candidate A, you would vote yes. If you're in favor of candidate B, you would vote yes, C, and D, once those names appeared on the screen. Is that the way you're explaining it, Danny?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only catch with that is you have to be sure that everybody only voted once.
Right.
Because the system isn't gonna catch that.
Was that what we're saying, that you can only vote for 1 person, or are we saying you can vote for 2, and then maybe 2 votes at the same time?
No, so you, okay, so the idea is you have the 4 candidates. You do 1 vote. If one of the 4 candidates gets a majority, that person's gonna fill the seat.
Correct.
Then we go down, now you are voting amongst 3 candidates for the second seat.
Correct. And you will vote for the person in the first vote who you would like to see.
Say yes once.
Correct, for each vote. You can only say yes 1 time.
Not at all.
Yes, yes, for that whole round. Okay. All right, now, will somebody put in a motion the way that we want to do this process? Danny, I'm gonna throw it to you if you'd like to work on this.
Remember how we all just discussed that? Okay, so I put in motion to utilize the structure that Davis had recommended.
Can you go a little slower with that motion
Sure.
so we can get that recorded, please?
Okay, what part are we at?
Utilize this data structure.
Utilize Davis's structure. Once we've narrowed it down to 4 candidates, we will turn to electronic voting devices.
With the expectation that each board member votes yes once per round.
Correct.
Say that again. With the expectation that each board member only votes yes once per round.
So, I'm not trying to throw wrenches, but in the event, let's say you're in your first vote of the 4 finalists, and the electronic voting shows that, 3 members, or 3 of the candidates each received 2 votes. Are you still following the structure to eliminate or to get those 3 candidates down to 1?
David, let me chime in for a second, because I'm looking at the electronic device and it does have 5 buttons on it. So if Nathan says we could use the 4th button, we could actually have one electronic vote where we assign, candidate A, B, C, D to the 4 buttons. And then we have we take one vote, we get, pick one person.
Nathan, is that
Yeah,
possible?
I hear it, that's great. But it's not a concern, but in the event, because you have 7 board members right now. So if there are 2 votes for 3 of the candidates, so, 2 people select A, 2 people select B, 2 people select C, you don't have a clear majority. So then my question is, are you still gonna follow the structure that's outlined, as round 2?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we follow item number 3 under round 2, where the runoff would be needed after 2
okay,
votes.
you're just changing the way that votes are going to be issued. Got it. Okay, understood.
Nathan, is that possible that we can use 1A, 2B, 3C, and 4D?
I'm not seeing a way that we can change that at this time. I'm doing that right now. I'm looking at a practice run and I don't see a way that I can change the text easily and make it work like that for us.
Gee, that was a wonderful thought. Bibiana, can you read the motion that Danny has presented to the board?
Motion is utilize Davis's structure. Once we get 4 candidates, we will return to electronic vote with the expectation that each board member votes yes only once
Per round.
per round.
So we can make an amendment on the motion in question. I would say that.
Okay, so would you state your amendment?
I would stick with the proposed voting procedure put forward by Ms. Rundy, and I would just stick with roll call votes through the whole thing. Unless Nathan suddenly says he can activate all 4 buttons. I'm just worried about this routine.
I can entertain everything that you said until you said unless.
Oh,
Unless
okay.
is something we
No
can't
unless is
live.
allowed.
Yeah.
I just,
You can amend the motion to read utilizing Davis's
with roll call vote.
form and with roll call vote throughout. So would you like to speak to your amendment?
No.
Would anyone like to ask questions or discuss the amendment that's on the floor? Beyond the amendment, would you read that, please? So the amendment is everything up to, down to the 4 candidates. We'll read what you have and we'll make sure that's what Dean says.
So utilize Davis's structure.
With roll call.
With
votes.
using roll call votes throughout the process. Okay, I just kind of wasn't sure where that was fitting in.
All right, so the amendment to the motion is utilizing the structure that's been presented to us by our district council and using roll call vote throughout. Any questions of the amendment that's on the floor? Using this structure and roll call vote throughout. Nathan, are you ready for a vote for this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the voting device is now open. There we go. Would anyone like to change their vote? The vote is now closed. And the vote passes, the amendment passes 7-0. Now, that becomes the main motion. The main motion on the floor is to accept the memorandum from our district council and use roll call vote throughout the duration of the process. Are you ready for a vote? Nathan?
2 seconds, please. Yes.
She's already in her happy place.
Yes.
The vote is now open. Would anyone like to change their vote? The vote is now closed. And the vote passes. We will use the process laid out to us by our council, Davis, Lundy, and we will then vote with voice vote throughout the process. Okay, so what we will do is, Kristen, let's hold these up. We're going to put an order of candidates. As we draw the names of the candidates will move to the room. Jake, if you can, Mr. Lyman, sorry, if you can help us take the candidates into the multipurpose room. And that's where they will wait until we call them in for the interview process. And during the interview process, we have 7 questions. These questions have not been used to fill a board seat up to this point. These are 7 new questions. Candidates, those questions will be on the podium. When you come in, you can either stand at the podium and answer the questions as the board members ask the questions, or you can sit down in the chair next to Deanna, however you feel comfortable in answering all those questions. We have 7 questions, and we'll start with Danny tonight with the questions, and the last question will be Jean as we go through the process of interviewing the respective board members. Board members, any questions? Candidates, are there any questions from any of you, so we can ask those all at once? Yes, sir.
Just real quickly, it's my understanding that we're gonna leave here tonight, we're gonna have 2 new board members, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the hope. Mrs. Ardo?
I made some notes for myself, can we bring those?
Yes, ma'am, you may bring your notes. Any other questions from any of the candidates? Okay, we're gonna shake them up, and Kristen's gonna go around and draw names.
Melissa Cornelius,
Melissa, you are lucky number 1, so you can come on up and get comfortable either at the podium or in the seat.
Donna Smith,
Donna Smith, you are number 2.
Carol Bardo,
Carol Bardo is number 3.
Bob Wilson,
Bob Wilson is number 4.
Beverly Creasy,
Beverly, you are number 5.
Jeremy Henke,
Jeremy, you are number 6.
George Jenners,
George, you are number 7.
Randy Myers,
Randy, you are number 8.
David DeBrew.
David, you are number 9. I will remind the board members that we have now started this process of interviewing, and we cannot take a break from this process of the interviewing all the way through the voting process.
Any other question?
Yes, sir.
I can't remember, so are our notes on here, are these open records? Bill, the votes that we take on candidates, please?
Your notes are your notes. And you have in front of you the letter of interest. You have 7 questions. And you also have the board candidate evaluation form. Are there any questions for any of the board members? I was asked by some board members to go a little slower than what I did in between candidates, so we all have time to write information down and fill out the paperwork while the process is done. Okay, board members, are you ready? Melissa? We'll start with question number 1 with Danny and go all the way around to 2.
Okay. What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Antigo, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
I think the greatest strength of the school district of Antigo is a deep tradition of support from a community. I don't think we've had that of late, but I do think the possibility is there. Not only do I think it's a strength of our school district, I think it's the most important thing we have as a school district. We have a community that wants our children to do well. We have, or you have as board members, and if I'm there with you, then I have as a board member, the responsibility to make sure that our students have the tools to do well. And I think once we are providing the tools that the school district needs, the community is going to start supporting strongly.
How do you stay informed about educational issues, and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
I stay informed about educational issues through reading and research. I spend a lot of time seeing not what's just happening here, but in the areas around us. In my job, I travel throughout the state and the UP, and I spend a lot of time in rural areas. And I talk to people, and I see what's happening there. Like I said, research what's happening statewide. A challenge I'm seeing in public education right now, across the board, of course, is funding. Always a number one challenge in public education. I think another challenge that we need to pay close attention to is the challenges that our SPED programs are facing statewide. The lack of being able to staff them appropriately, whether it's an applicant driven or if it's funding driven, I think are really important situations that we have to get on top of as a state, not just our schools.
Describe a difficult situation. Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
I have a territory in the western part of the state that I oversee for the Salvation Army. And they had a fabulous program that was meant to help reduce homelessness. They were leaders in the state of the programs that they were putting forth. Unfortunately, due to some staffing changes, we weren't able to put together a team that could support the scope of what had been done historically. And I had to make the decision to close down a lot of those programs. Ultimately, my factors that I had to consider, always consider how it's going to affect those that we serve. No one wants to go in reducing programs, but I also had to look at the sustainability and the longevity of Salvation Army in that area. And we came to the decision that some things are better than nothing in that case. So we had to cut programs, and from that experience, I learned that leadership isn't always fun. We have to make hard decisions. That's what we're there for. Of course, we tried to find other things to help them, but there are people now in that area that have programs that aren't helping with their housing, and they're struggling. So.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
I think welcoming and encouraging those people to speak during the public portions of our board meeting is really important. I think not only encouraging them to speak, but making it known that we are truly hearing what they're saying, whether we can support what they want or not, respecting the fact that they're standing before us, telling us what they think, what they feel, what they need, needs to be respected. It's a given in these kind of roles. We will never ever please everybody. But I think if we treat everyone with respect and honesty, that it will go a long way to making those unpopular decisions more palatable.
Thank you.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
I think some of the indicators would be, of course, test scores where appropriate. But I don't think we can put everything on test scores. Standardized testing isn't what it used to be, or is it accurate as it used to be, I guess. I think other things that we can use as indicators are feedback from our educators, feedback from our community, feedback from our students is also, I feel, very important and needs to be heard and taken into consideration.
School board members are often School board members are often asked to think beyond the immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Annandale 10 years from now?
Good question. I think we get caught up sometimes, looking at just the immediate, that we lose track of the future, and planning for the future is very important. In my eyes, 10 years from now, I would like to see the relationship between the board, administration, staff, and the community flow better. I'd like to see it more supportive and more respectful from all avenues. I would like to see a school district that is truly functioning as a team for the betterment of our students.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
The relationship between a school board member and a district employee is a difficult one, as it is in a lot of areas in small towns between an employer and employees, so to speak. There's no way to not have a relationship with someone in our school district as a school board member, whether they're your neighbor, they're your cousin, they go to your church, whatever it is. It's just the nature of a town of 8,000. I think recognizing that is really important. Recognizing those boundary crosses that we can't do anything about, but we need to have them in the forefront of our mind so that we can go into those interactions with our appropriate hat on, so to speak. If they approach you with something district-based, again, I don't know all of the policies and procedures that you have in place, and I'm sure there's something to that referral process. I can't imagine sitting and talking to a staff member and just letting them know this is the way to go. So I would have to learn what that policy is, and I would have a problem following.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Person has just pointed out on the score sheet, there's a number 8 in that evaluation area. And it's not for the 8 questions, it's we have 7 questions. Is it? Based on your own installation. Okay, board members, are you ready? All right. Donna, the questions will start with Ben and end with Keith.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Annandale, and how would you help build upon it as a board?
All right. I believe that the single greatest strength of the school district is the staff. I feel as though we have some very qualified and highly educated staff, and I feel as though we can continue to build on it based on continuing to build relationships with our staff and our community and keeping our educators here. As you've noticed, we lost a lot of educators, but we can continue to build that trust. And it's hard to keep educators in one district for their longevity. But I believe that Annandale can be that place that staff wants to stay.
How do you stay informed about educational issues, and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
Sure. So I stay informed by educating myself. As you know, I was a teacher. I'm currently a director of special ed pupil services. I am taking classes for my superintendent's license. I am informed based on lots of different organizations that I'm part of. I'm part of WCAS. I get things from WASL. I get lots of those articles from CISA and training opportunities through CISA as well. And I feel as though current trends across the nation are staff shortages. I think it's hard to find and retain qualified staff. I think that's definitely one trend. A more recent trend that we're seeing across the United States is the impact of cell phones and social media and how that impacts our students and our youth. And many districts, and now in the state of Wisconsin, the policies that we have to have in place as school districts to ensure that they can be separated and that our students are not distracted by their cell phones, because it really does impede the learning of our students when they're distracted by their devices.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider, and what did you learn from the experience?
That is a great question. As a leader, I have had to make a lot of difficult decisions. I would say that the most difficult decision that I've had to make was having to let a staff member go based on performance that was against the law. I think it's really important to be an educational leader, but also ensure that we are following our legalities. And when you have to let a staff member go, it is one of the hardest things because especially if it's during the school year, it really impacts a lot. And that was not an easy decision, and obviously, in my role as a principal at the time, that wasn't just my decision either, but it was what was in the best, for our district. What factors do you consider, and what have you learned from that experience? I feel as though we need to provide more training, and after that situation, it really opened my eyes to ensure that we were providing more opportunities for training for our staff members, especially dealing with students that might struggle behaviorally and emotionally, and ensuring that our staff are certified in whether it's nonviolent crisis intervention, but ensuring that they know what they are allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Number four, how will you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
You have to, as a board member, you have to be open and willing to listen. And you have to be able to allow the opportunity to be able to hear from all of the stakeholders. You can't come into a decision already having your mind made up. You really have to listen and see the why behind it, see how maybe their concern might be impacting and how it's affecting them. And then knowing that as a board member, as an administrator, all of your decisions, you're not going to please everyone. And that's just how it goes. You can't always make everyone happy. But if you are following your board policies, you are looking towards the handbook, and as a superintendent, as a board member, as administrators, it's really important that you are utilizing those policies and the guidelines within your administrative guidelines to make your decisions. Because you have to have the backing of the reason why you are choosing to make a decision one way. And that will continue to build trust with your community and taxpayers, because they will know that you're doing it with the reasons and what your reasons are.
Thank you.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
I would say that one of the significant changes and progress in recent years is the academic achievement and the growth in the academic achievement. One of the indicators, or one of the things that have been impactful, as I mentioned last week, was the support by the curriculum director, and knowing that our tier 1 instruction was all aligned, ensuring that we have high quality instruction resources, and that we are all utilizing the same framework. I think another very impactful change in recent years has been the support of the instructional coaches. I would say that their coaching support for teachers is one of the most impactful things, because it's not just a resource, it's really the coaches in classrooms really helping to drive the achievement, and that has made a lot of success within our district. The next part of the question identified what would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction? Well, as you can see, the academic data continues to grow, and increasing our resources for our staff helps to show that we are moving in the right direction with achievement.
Board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Annandale 10 years from now?
I believe that it is important for board members to not only look at the goals, the current goals that you have, but also utilizing a strategic plan and ensuring that you are focusing on long-term changes and impacts for the district that way for the future. When you look at how to address it, you have to always have the end goal in mind. You have to know where you want to go, what areas you want to improve, and we can see that our academic achievement is growing. But as a district, there are so many other big areas that as a district we want to continue to grow in, and we have to look at the end goal. Where do we want our district? Where do we want our students? Where do we want our graduating seniors to be equipped with? Whether it's, so that they're ready for the college, they're ready for workforce. And I think having that end goal in mind is important. Talking about what my vision is for the Unified School District of Annandale 10 years from now, I think the main goal that I would have for 10 years from now would be sustaining our climate, culture, and having a place where our staff want to stay, where they want to continue to come back to. We are graduating students who go on to education, and we want them to be able to want to come back here. We want them to come back to the community that they were raised in, and that they have they've had educators who have been so impactful for them, that we want them to continue to impact our community. It's often hard to get teachers. I would say Annandale is one of the smaller, towns around the area. Might be easier to attract in Wausau where there's more things, but if you are home growing your students into your educators as well, I think that will be very impactful. So my vision for the district in 10 years is to continue to make the opportunities available for all of our students, whether it's in career technical education, whether it's with sports and athletics, whether it's, again, ensuring that we have educational opportunities at the high school for our students to be able to take and to be college and career ready as well.
All right, last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
So I look at a board member as an individual, but when you are operating as a board, you are a unit. And you're going to be seen in the public, you're going to be seen in our schools as individuals, and you have to know that when you are saying things to them, you might be looked at as sharing that on behalf of the board. And it's really important to know that line, I guess. Similar to being an administrator, you can't truly be friends with the teachers, because then that starts to look at like favoritism and in different areas. And as a board member, staff might bring concerns to your attention. It's your, I guess, role to ensure that they have also addressed their procedures. Did you first talk to your principal? Did you, follow the chain of command? Bringing it directly to a board member is not the chain of command that they should be bringing it to. And it's great for you to be able to have an ear, to be able to hear from them, but ensuring that they know how they're going to be able to get action to happen, and making sure that they have a relationship, building a relationship with the necessary people, as well as building a relationship with you. I, as a board member, would want to ensure that I've built a relationship with each of the board members because each of you are also individuals. But then we together, as a collective unit, have to make some decisions. And they need to know, staff members need to know that we are in support of them and that we are here to support them. And knowing that we do have their back and that they can trust us and that we're transparent. However, when they bring something, to one board member, it's important that it's brought in a way that can be shared. And, as a board member, even, as a superintendent, when she gets a question from a board member, she might need to share that with all of the board members so that all the board members know the question that's been brought to her attention, so that if she's answering it only to one, then it might not provide all of the information out. As a board member and getting a question from a staff member, that would be tricky because it's like, what is the avenue of communication for you to be able to share that with the rest of the board? Because if somebody's going to you and then going to you and then going to you and you're hearing all little bits of information, there's a place and a protocol to be able to bring that. I think it's also important to have, whether it's some open question nights, some opportunity to be able to hear from our community and our staff as well.
Thank you, Donna. Board members, are you ready? Okay. Welcome, Carol Bardot. We will have 7 questions, starting with Danny and ending with Gina.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Antigo, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
I think it's the people, and by that I mean Team Antigo School District, and that incorporates the children, the parents, the paras, the teachers, the extraordinary teachers, our building administration, our administration. We got that referendum done, and that's been something that this place has been working on for a long time, and also the board. And I think it's imperative for anyone on the board to understand that, this is when you have your power. The minute that this board ends and you walk outside, you're just a citizen again. But your power is when you are together, and you need to utilize that time to work together. So it's the people.
How do you stay informed about educational issues, and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
That's a complicated question. I personally, if anyone knows me, I ask questions all the time. I'm involved in many things, and have grandchildren in the district. I was an occupational therapist who worked in school districts, so I have a familiarity, I think, which allows me to know where to dig and who to ask for what, so that is probably an advantage to me. But just being involved in the community, it's just amazing the things you hear are just at ball games, talking to people. So I think it's you can't stay in your little bubble. You need to get out and find out what's going on and what are people's concerns. So that's another part to this. Challenges. A big challenge that I personally am concerned about is the involvement of social media. That really concerns me with our children, with just people in general. There's so much stuff out there that is either inappropriate or inaccurate, and just the misinformation. It is so dividing, and people are mad about things and they really don't even know what's going on. And I feel, just especially in going out and being around young people, you can go into a fast food restaurant and I can tell the kids spend a lot of time stuck on a screen. They don't make good eye contact, so that is an issue and a concern for me, is that loss of social skills, because that's an important part. And what are we doing in a school but helping to prepare our young people to be purposeful, productive members of society? And socialization is a very big part of that.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
I think probably one of the most difficult decisions I had to make. And I was an occupational therapist, as I said, and I was an itinerant OT, so I traveled all over, and I loved what I did. I feel like I was able to touch many young people. I worked for 35 years, 23 of those years were in schools. And that I made the decision to retire at 57 because my mother developed Alzheimer's. And we were in a situation where she was either going to be going into a nursing home, or because I'm blessed with a wonderful patient husband, we could move her into our home. And that's what we did for 9 years. So making the decision to end that career, and even though I used much of what I knew, but I made a decision I needed to take care of my family. And I don't regret that, but it was a difficult decision to make because I gave up things that I truly loved professionally.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
Listening and being mindful, as I said, that outside of this room, or whatever room you're holding it, we are merely citizens, and we all have an investment in this community. And those of us who are parents or grandparents or worked in the school, we need to recognize that that is the future of our community. So it is important that even if you don't agree, you need to respect and listen to what the person has to say, because very, very possible it might change your opinion because you've learned something else. And so often when we're talking, you're too busy thinking about what you're going to say. And really need to develop the art of truly listening and seeing where that person's coming from.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators do you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
Well, I am just thrilled that, again, that we were able to pass the referendum. I've been here 38 years, and I know that attempt has been made many times. And then, I'll be honest with you, when I initially moved here, I wasn't even sure I was for it, but then I had the opportunity to work in our elementary buildings, and I was doing therapy with special needs children in the hallway. And I was on the task force for the buildings and saw how they had degraded. And we have children in buildings with mold and with asbestos and that do not have the rooms for the special needs or the ability to collaborate. And I'm so excited for this opportunity for our community because our children, they are our future. And I can say honestly, I know of 2 situations where people who were professionals who were looking to move to our community that looked at the school situation and said, and that was so sad to me because I know we have extraordinary staff. So I think we're moving to the future, and I think this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for our staff to be able to work together, for our children to have those opportunities. I'm very excited for Amber in that regard. I've got a 6-year-old grandson, so I'm very excited.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Antigo 10 years from now?
I would like to see us grow in population. I would like us to be a destination. And I think it's very exciting for me to see some of the little startup businesses going downtown. And so I'm hoping that this can be a place that someone wants to stay. So there are so many of us with children who are adults. I have 3, and two of them live in other states. And I can remember having those conversations with my sons, and it's like, Mom, what am I going to do here? And I would like to see us to develop, so this is a place for someone else to be. This is a place where our children are given those foundations, those abilities that they need to venture into a business, into a profession, into teaching. So that's my hope. To me, participating as I have in various committees, I was on the county board. It's allowed me to see all the gears that go to make this community, make this county happen. And I appreciate what I have learned and realize that there's a lot that goes into being a successful community, but we all need to work together.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
As I said before, I feel that a board, and this is something I have to give this credit to Robin Stone, who was our county counsel, legal counsel. And he really kind of drove it into us to realize that your power is when you're a board, when the gavel comes down and you meet together. Outside of that, you can listen, you can be supportive, you can bring information back, but you cannot say, oh, I will take care of it. That's overstepping. And I think that it's also important for the school board to realize we are not involved or should not be involved in the day-to-day function and goings on of the district. We are here to make policy. We are here to be fiscally responsible with the money so that the school can do what it needs to do. We are here to hire and to oversee and to support our administrators so they can do those jobs. And I think understanding our roles, and also I think an important part is reaching out to the community. That's the one thing, coming from I grew up in a local area, so it's a little more populated. So coming from a very populated place to this small area, I was just kind of surprised at the little silos of power. And I thought, we really need to work at reaching out and being involved. We did that at the library. They had a city, county task force, and they worked so well in developing our financial agreement for 5 years that they are now have extended it and are going to have, I think twice a year is what they set up. The city and county was going to be involved in a task force. Maybe that is something that a member of the school board would like to be a part of, so that all the powers, and I look at this as one of the powers that control an important organization for our community, could be involved in, so that we're all kind of on the same page, or at least looking at what the needs are. So to me, again, it's back to community.
Carol, thank you for answering those questions.
And I asked a question or
You
just
may.
make a statement. One of the things that, and I've annoyed my husband to no end probably for 3 years about this, I get very disturbed when I see the negativity and the, I think, often misinformation that is put forth. And I really would hope, and I don't even know exactly where to go with this. Is this a board issue, or is this something for the administration, that they consider developing some type of a PR position or PR type program so that we can get the information out, and get it accurate information out. Because I do think that the more people know, and especially if it's, and it can be the good, bad, and the ugly, because there are things that go on that aren't so wonderful, but I do think that the more people know, and the better informed they are, the more willing they probably would be, at least I would be, to be involved. And I can remember when my children were little, working full time, I didn't have a lot of time, but I remember a superintendent telling me I was really kind of a pain in his butt, and I said, well, God. But, he knew that I was interested, and when he had things to do, he would call me and say, okay, we're going to have a task force, we're going to be involved. And I think that's what we need to do, is find a means so people know what's going on. Because there is information out there that it's like, that is not true. And I try to not respond, because I have a tendency. But as a board member, that is something we really shouldn't be doing. But I do think it would be a great opportunity for our district to grow, and that we are sharing more information, because it's a way to generate more involvement. Yes, thanks. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Board members, are you ready? Bob Wilson. You are ready for 7 questions. We will start with Danny and we will end with Jean.
Thank you, sir. What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Antigo, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
I'd have to say the kids. Children. So the second part of that is how would you help build upon it as a board member? Well, I think everybody here in this room is qualified for this job. And I think that's because we all care. We're all here for some reason, and it's, the baseline is that we all care. So how would I help build upon it as a board member? Well, stay involved, for sure. Pay attention to detail, like I said last time. I mean, like I said on my cover, the kids of this is the biggest asset of this county. Of all the things, all the farmers, loggers, just everything that manufactures in this county, the most important thing that we manufacture is our kids' education. That's the way I look at it. So, I think that's what, that's the way I think.
How do you stay informed about educational issues? And what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
I have new glasses, so I'm like, I haven't figured out how to operate them. So I have to read this. Well, I don't believe in emails, and I don't believe in Facebook, and I don't believe in Yahoo this and Yahoo that, and I don't believe in, you click on a, you bought a shoe somewhere, and then the next day you've got 25 emails about buying shoes from somebody. So we're able to stay in our safe style like that. So how would I stay informed? I would do research, like I've done. And also, I would be at the meetings, obviously, because I think, you guys still hear me? I think that, 90% of a job is just being there, showing up. Then what you do once you get there, that impacts. Okay, that impacts the people that you're trying to help. See? So, what current trend or challenge in public education? Well, we call it. I looked into a bunch of these guidelines and all this stuff, like the agenda and that. I mean, it's monumental, the responsibility of the school. I mean, there's no end to it. It's all governed by a state statute or federal code. I've done some research. I even Googled myself and see what you guys would see if you Googled me since the last meeting. I didn't pay the buck to get the full thing because I actually know my own phone number. Believe it or not. Well, you probably believe that. So, it's just endless, complicated. Talk about challenges. You could be the best attorney in the world and you still wouldn't know all this stuff. If you ever checked it out, if you ever went on Justia Law, because I did since the last meeting, just to kind of get some confusion out of my head. I'm certainly not an expert, never will be, but I'm interested. I think this is all very interesting. I mean, I just like it. It's amazing. I like to learn, like I said last time, I learned by reading, and I love to read. And if there's something in the law that I don't understand, I'll get the book out, like a dictionary, maybe the DSM-4, who knows? somebody wrote down something somewhere. You know, and that's what puts us above animals, written language. First to third grade, like I said last time, you learn how to read, and after that, you learn to read. So that's how I was trained for. You know, I'd read it to my eyes for a while. Well, I'm exaggerating tiny bit. I do need that. I'll need my eyes for other things. You know? So I think that's about covers that question.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
I'm gonna go easy. Because you see my resume that I had a lot of time in the military. You know, and that's one thing. I was taught how to literally kill people with 5 different versions of army tanks. It's not close combat, it's long distance. It's not like artillery where you go like that. You know, it's direct fire. If you talk about making leadership positions, after I was taught how to do that, I taught other people, as you can see. So, leadership. You know, let's say, well, I could go on about describing difficult decisions. You have to think on your feet. That's one thing in the military. Difficult decisions. The guy wants to go AWOL or something. Because the military is leadership. You know, I got schooled beyond belief. I got national agency checked beyond belief. You see it there. You may not understand what it all means. Just like I don't know the abbreviations for half of this stuff, because, you know, HR, we gotta approve stuff here for the end of the night. Some 3-letter stuff, you know, that's worse than the federal government. You got CIA, FBI, DOD, VA. I mean, every profession has a language. Okay? For example, here's a decision. What do, flagpoles and trucks have in common? You guys Google it, you'll still never find the answer. I guarantee it. So when you make a leadership decision, you want to evaluate where the person is in their horizontal growth pattern. I kind of disagree with the ABC stuff because it's a vertical view. And people are on a life horizontal. You know, first grade, second, okay? Well, then every grade is ABC and all this, you know. So I understand that you have to evaluate people, but you gotta find out where they are at first. Okay? And as far as making decisions on, for example, who do you want driving your dog on tape? Or who do you want to get ground up inside the turret? You know, is this guy smart enough? Is he safe enough? That type of thing. I mean, you recommend people for promotions. There's nothing easy about life, folks. You guys know that. You're all here. Right? I mean, I'm not even a school teacher. I know that. I mean, I'm not being, I could never be a school teacher. I could never do what Mrs. Johnson, Mrs. Goodman, and Mrs. Strauss did. I could never do it. Never. But I could teach military stuff. I can guarantee you that. So, we make decisions every minute of our life. You know, there's a lot of cliches, lead, follow, or you know what, right? So I think that about covers that. I could talk your ear off. But we want to get out of here by tomorrow, right? There is no limit. I mean, you didn't say I could only talk 2 hours, did you? I didn't think so. Besides, there ain't enough water in this bottle.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone.
Well, I got a good answer for this. I've been practicing this since Monday. This is no kidding. Just bear with me, folks. I feel sorry for the people behind us that they won't get the full benefit. But here we are. We were taught that there's two sides to every coin, right? Two sides to every story, right? Back and forth we go. Well, guess what? There's actually three sides of the coin. The third side has rough edges like a quarter of the time. And the third side is where we're all meeting. When it comes to making consensus and decisions, that's the rub. Right here, the thin edge of the coin. There's more than two sides to everything. And as long as we stay in our own personal silos, you can't see the third. You can't see the skinny part. He got it. I can see he has it. And that's why I don't like emails. Because I can't see, if I send you guys an email, who knows what you do when you get it? Your house could be on fire. You're calling 911, and I send you an email. Well, that's kind of, you know what I'm saying? I like face-to-face communication. You know, that's what I like. So, that's how we can include everybody. It's on the third edge of the coin. You know. Thank you. You know, I ain't quite done yet. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, we come up with these, you know, words of respect and ethics and all that stuff. Well, that's the Reader's Digest condensed version. When you really get into the nitty gritty, you know, the so-called devil details in the devil or vice versa, whatever I say. You know what I mean? No. So, we all make decisions from our values and our belief systems. We all come from a different place, but guess what? We all walk upright, and there's a few other things we all do the same. And, you know, I'm going to skip that last part because, well, I'll say, we've actually been killing each other since Cain and Abel. And now we're really sophisticated. You know, we're not like the animal world. So we all come in here. I mean, everybody came in here today. Maybe somebody's hungry. Maybe somebody's thirsty. Maybe somebody's got a toothache. Who knows? The room is full of people. There's not a person in this room that isn't qualified for this position. And I say that because everybody's here because they care. For one reason or another. Really. That's the way I look at it. So, next question.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
Well, I'll tell you what I would say to that is everybody knows their own sense of what's right and wrong. Okay? We're taught that, we learn it, repeat it over and over. And sometimes you just have to do the right thing. It may not be popular. So how do you actually measure success? Well, I'll tell you how, without a plan, you can't. That's one thing. Because there's no barriers, no benchmarks. Without a plan, you cannot succeed. Okay, so what indicators would we use? I don't know, I could get, you know, rumor control, which I ain't going anywhere here. So I'd have to say I'd try to keep on the third side of the coin and keep my eyes and ears open and learn as much as I can. Because right now, with the vast responsibility this board has, I'm just like a widget. You know, I'm a widget. I know nothing compared to you guys about any of this. But you know what? I learned. I'm a good learner. I've been told that. Maybe. So, benchmarks, progress. You know, made quite a bit of progress here tonight, you guys did. I'm proud of you. We talked about it before we got there. Good job. Really, think about it. A lot better than the last meeting, I think. Because my belief system says it was better. Maybe people back there, well, we don't know. But I'm willing to hear it. Good, the bad, the ugly. So, I guess you guys have enough of that. All right, next question.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Vanderbilt 10 years from now?
Hey, you know what? I'd be lucky to think of it for 10 minutes from now. Because I'm learning. 10 years from now, I'll be dead for one thing. I'm 69. So my vision is like comparing it to the last 10 years. I want to be this next. That's one way to look at the next 10 years. You know, everybody said, well, history repeats itself, blah, blah, blah. Well, it doesn't have to. If you want something different, you got to do different. Okay? I mean, that's where it's been sold somewhere. Somebody a heck of a lot smarter said that than me. You know? Because, you know, are there still original ideas in the world, I ask you, for the vision? You ever think about that? While you're doing it, Google trucks and flagpoles. It's interesting. And I'm not making that up. There's a big deal. That's a big deal. Oh, yeah. One door.
All right.
Yeah, that does cover it.
Last question.
All right.
What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
So what do you mean? I'm sitting at the Pizza Hut and some guy comes up and asks me, is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's a great question. Which one you guys? Probably you guys over there and that. Put some thought into that one. So what do you think of it? Well, I'd have to listen to him, I guess. That's number one. If you don't know what the heck the concern is until they tell you. I mean, we can assume, but you know, if I was a mind reader, it would really be great, but I'm not. I may look like one, but I'm not. That's, you know, the opinion of the beholder, obviously. But you know, well, like I said, I have to listen. I mean, I can't speak for the whole board out there at the Pizza Hut, obviously, that's not my job. You, sir, board president, are the representative to speak for the whole board. If I'm out there ratchet jawing, that's a trucking term. If I'm out there ratchet jawing, I'd have to, you know, put a disclaimer, well, this is only my opinion, if this is your problem, well, this would be my opinion, blah, blah. But I've done research, it. Just the law. So, that's how I would handle it. Besides that, you know, I suppose people would wanna know what your opinion is, or my opinion at the Pizza Hut. I could give you a quick example. Somebody said, since I started on this journey, somebody asked me, well, why are they building a new building for the offices, administrative offices? When there's houses all around Eddie for sale, they could do it for $130,000. I didn't bother to tell them that, that house probably has to be right on the line where your communications run through the infrastructure. Because if it ain't right there, you can't tap into it. Okay? It's gonna cost more money than $130,000. It's probably $300 a foot for that wire, because I bought that kind of wire. You don't even wanna make it. That conversation was had probably 2004 at the county board. But I didn't tell him. He could research that. Instead of asking me. Do I really look like the expert on IT or what is that? Yeah, IT. That's what he does. No, I'm not. I hate my phone for one thing. If it wouldn't be for 911 and talking to my kids, I'd run it over with my, whatever. Yeah, no use. Right now, mine's out in a pickup. Good spot for it. Hey, this is no kidding. About a month ago, it woke me up at 2 in the morning to tell me there was a tornado in Missouri. ABC's APP, or whatever, app. So I ditched them. I don't even care if there's a tornado in my front yard, because what you gonna do with that tornado? I don't even have a basement, who cares? God's got that figured out. So, anything else you need, that won't cover it.
I think that covered it, thank you.
Good. All right, well, my neck hurts, so are we done?
Done. Thank you very much, Bob. And I think I'd like to have a slice of pizza right now, after hearing you talk about Pizza Hut.
I need more water. I don't even like Pizza Hut. That's why I brought it up, because here's one last final thought. We always rule out what we don't like first. We don't like this, we don't like that, we're gonna make a decision, well, that we can't move back and forth. We get rid of everything we don't like, and we go with the thing we like. And that's what you guys are gonna do tonight. I hope. Otherwise, guess who's coming back? I know you guys like me and stuff, you don't need me that much. You guys can figure this out, right? All right, okay, I'm out of here, I guess.
Thank you, Bob.
Next, man. I've been interviewed a couple times, I suppose you figure that out. In promotion board. Sometimes, I have to tell you, sometimes people confuse, confidence with arrogance. Then if somebody thinks you're arrogant, well, then they put you on that pedestal so they can throw, slingshots at you and stuff. So, I hope that doesn't happen, but it's good enough. So, hey, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Bob.
I know, like I said, I can talk forever. I'm gonna go sit down. Drink some water and think about BB Jack pizza.
That sounds good too.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm not on the board. I can promote pizza.
Bring extra.
Any questions?
The questions is there or on the table? Yes, ma'am. We're going to start momentarily. We had a board member that needed to take care of some personal business. Okay, Beverly, we are going to start our 7 questions tonight. We'll start with Danny, the first question, and we will end with Jean as the last question.
All right. What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Annandale, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
The strongest thing about this district is its rural roots. And it tends to retain families. And any activities that would coordinate more family, rural conversations would be helpful in unifying the district. One thing that I had talked about at the last meeting is I believe there's between villages and towns, there's about 12 different municipalities. The village of Anna was particularly of interest to me because we homesteaded there. And I would like to go to the municipalities at least once a year, just so I can have a friendly conversation with the people in the area. And if they had questions, I could bring them back to the board.
How do you stay informed about educational issues and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention
The statistics for this district show, I think, about 18% children with disabilities. One article that I read and researched done by Temple Grandin, she's a professor at the University of Colorado that has autism herself. And it's new research as to testing people with autism so that you can direct their education to match how they would like or how they approach themselves solving problems. I think that's really beneficial what she came up with. So that would be one thing, and I'm assuming that school boards have a monthly magazine that is distributed to all school board members, like the Wisconsin Council Association, that updates you on educational issues. I would hope that that would be one option. And just to stay current with what the University of Wisconsin is researching.
Describe a difficult decision you made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
In a leadership role, I found that people are very resistant to change. And you have to convince them that the change is for the benefit of the community, because when you change things, the previous members of the town board or any other organization somehow feel that they're being criticized. And that's what you really have to overcome by convincing them that the changes are for the benefit of the community.
Before, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
This is something that we were talking about in the gym. Is that I know public comment is not to be an exchange between the board and the public. But yet when you look on Facebook, there is a lot of misinformation. So I would suggest that the board would consider once or twice a year having a general information meeting where there is a conversation between the board and the public. Maybe facilitated by a third party with goal setting.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
Well, I went on the computer and looked up
the definition for what a school board member should, what their role should be. And the one thing that I kind of disagree with is I don't think there was enough involving the public, especially when there's hard decisions to make, that the public really needs to be, this is my view, the public, the parents, should set the goals, then the board should make the policies to achieve those goals, and then once or twice a year, have a general meeting to tell the public what progress has been made.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Annandale 10 years from now?
I would really like the public to tell me what their vision is, and I would be the helper to get us there. Because, and in particular, I would like the students to have a lot of input on curriculum and policy, so that they, in all honesty, they are the ones that are going to benefit the most from that. So I'd have to say I'm more of a bottom-up person than a top-down person in relationships. Last question, Beverly.
What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
Well, I encountered this already on Saturday at a graduation party, and one of our relations is a teacher, and she spoke of the questionnaire that the staff was able to fill out. I believe the questionnaire the questions were made by the administrator, if I'm not mistaken. I'd kind of like the questionnaires to be developed by the teachers as a group, maintenance by a group, and then anonymously, each part of the district in their specialties would fill their own questionnaire out. It gets to be a predicament when you're personally approached with a member of the staff. But I think if that happens, we're probably not doing a good enough job to begin with to get a good idea of what maintenance staff is feeling, and what the teaching staff is feeling, and what the administration staff is feeling.
Hey, thank you, Beverly, for answering those questions.
I have a couple questions.
Sure, you may ask.
I know there are student representatives. Are they just involved with the main body of the school board, or do they participate in the committee meetings?
They attend the school board meetings and they report out what is happening, the activities that are going on in the high school. And they are selected, Mrs. Oginski, are they selected by? Okay, they're selected by our principal at the high school and our, counseling department. If I'm correct.
So the student body itself does not elect their representatives?
I don't believe so. I don't. Amy, I'm looking back at the admin team back there in the back. Do you know how this process is, that the student representatives are placed on the board?
No, I'm not sure how they're with
Student council could be involved with it, which is a representation of all the grades in the high school? Yes. Mhm.
The other question would be, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards has a part that lobbies for legislation.
Mhm.
Okay. And then there is, I think, one board member appointed to that from each school board.
Correct, and that convention is in January in Milwaukee. And then, whenever we meet at that convention, they take what we have decided as a whole school unit, and they lobby for those at, the Capitol building.
Very similar to Wisconsin Towns Association.
Actually, it is,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oops, don't do that.
Thank you very much. One at a time, yes. Okay, Jeremy, you have in front of you 7 questions that we will go around the table, beginning with Danny and ending with Jean, that you take your time to answer.
All right.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Antigo, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
I would say the biggest strength that we have, is the love for the students. You can tell by the board, the staff, they love the kids. And that's definitely what it's all about. What I would do to help build that would be to give input and help keep that love for the kids there, to give them the best education that we could.
How do you stay informed about educational issues? And what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
My information on issues in the educational system, I would rather get them firsthand. So I get them from my two daughters, one at West, one at North. And I judge it on what they say are the strength or what could use a little bit of work, you know, for their classmates and for themselves. As far as paying attention to it, I would just say pay attention to the children. I mean, that's the biggest thing. That's why everybody here, is for the children.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
This may be from, you know, my own personal leadership role within. When I was 11, my dad passed away in a car accident. And he was my baseball coach, my fishing partner, my best friend. I played baseball, you know, he was my coach, and my biggest leadership decision was when I quit baseball, because I couldn't stand doing it no more without him there. And that was, you know, 35 years ago, just 3-4 days ago. You know, it was 35 years. But what I learned from that is don't let a negative situation get you down and, you know, destroy you. Because I quit baseball, and that's something I wish I would have never done. And I learned my lesson from that. You don't turn your back on stuff, you move forward, no matter how hard, how rough it is, and you keep going.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
For me, this is one of the easiest answers. Because you're not going to please everybody. Nobody is. There was literally one perfect human on earth, and none of us are that person. So you make your decision on what would be best for the children, and you don't worry about what anybody else thinks or what they're gonna, you know, say about you. You do it for the children and make sure it's best for them.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
If I look at my own children's education, they're both, you know, doing great. They're both getting, with all the programs available, are doing completely awesome, reading, everything else. With that and their and their happiness. If they're happy, that says a lot to me. Because I would look at the children's happiness and say, this is where we're successful. If they're happy, they're doing good, the education is there, that just shows you're doing something right. And if anything like that would slip and fall, you gotta start looking and finding where you could right that ship from if it was an issue.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the unified school district of Antigo 10 years from now?
10 years from now, I want to see the classmates, the friends of my daughters at the high school having all the tools that they need to succeed in the Finch High School and go on and make something of themselves. Just like every other parent, you want your children to be better than you are. You want what's best for them over what you had. And it would really mean a lot to be a part of that and to build that future for them and their classmates. And 10 years from now, hopefully they have a lot of great things and a lot of great programs that we may not even have now yet.
Thank you.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
Now with me personally, I mean, I have my daughters, I do talk to the staff and stuff at the school. I mean, you're gonna when you're there. But I truly believe that you can separate that from business, from a personal level to a business level with the board. If they do have concerns, and you're going to have people voice concerns to you, I'm sure. And that would be something I would keep to myself. I would bring up at a next meeting with everybody and let everybody know, okay, this was a concern that I've heard, and see if there was a way we could come up to a solution with, maybe making it a little easier if it was something that we could do.
Thank you, Jeremy, for answering those questions.
Thank you.
No, thanks.
Board members, are you ready? Hey, George, we have 7 questions to ask you. We will begin those questions with Danny, and we will end with Jean.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Indigo, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
Well, I think our greatest strength is our history as a very significant school district. We've accomplished a lot as a school district. Today, I'm not sure what our greatest strength is today. It's changed so much. I'm sorry, but I just have a hard time finding the greatest strength. I would hope we can find it again by coming together and actually working together with a common cause, a common goal, and getting everybody involved. As what to do to help get people to talk to each other, to listen to each other, to respect each other, and to put together reasonable goals and convince us that it's well worthwhile following.
How do you stay informed about educational issues and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
I go to numerous, dozens of committee meetings, school board meetings for the last couple of years in particular, when I started realizing things were happening here that were changing the way as a school district operated. Education, the blue school board should be paying close attention to the total education of a student, not just a select few. I felt strongly that over the course of the years, about a third of our students graduating might go on to university. At least a third will be more satisfied with a tech school or a 2-year school or a trade school, and another third go right on to work. And we cannot forget that. We can't emphasize 1/3 of our students versus another third. And this changes. This changes every couple of years. We had a scholarship available to kids graduating, going to our tech school system. Last year we had 10 take advantage of it, this year 12. That really disappointed me because there was adequate money to make it worth their while. We've got to do a better job of taking awareness of all of our students. This is what we have to be playing. We're limiting the classwork. That's very, very critical to our 7 or 8 businesses in town that work in metalworking, and we're downgrading that. That's depriving a good chunk of our school system students of what we're supposed to be doing. So, awareness.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider, and what did you learn from the experience?
Probably about 40 years ago, I decided we're going to completely change career. involvement. Working for a local construction company, decided to go out on a limb and start a different construction company that ended up as a worldwide company. Had to convince a lot of employees that this was something that was not going to be detrimental to their livelihood. They get pretty comfortable in their work relationship. But we went out and proved that with the proper knowledge of what we're trying to do and how we're going to do it and what is the benefit to that individual, we were able to start some pretty successful businesses. What did we learn from the experience? You have to let people know what's going on. They have to be part of the discussion, part of the solution, part of the reward. And I think that, believe me, there was some real shaking of their heads when I said, well, you know, we're gonna start doing something different. Because we had a fairly decent business right now at the time. So it worked out.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
That's 2 different questions. You know, how would you ensure that everybody is heard? That's important. That's number 1. You're never going to please everybody until you make it clear what impact it has on them and what input and control they have. Not every decision is going to please everybody. It shouldn't. It's not that simple. But you do the best you can with as many people as possible, with as much communication as possible, as much input as possible. And my experience has been that that often dissipates any displeasure because they do have a place in the decision. We've got to have people involved in discussions. I've been to so many of these meetings, committee meetings, and school board meetings. I can't even say anything unless it's on the agenda. I'm sorry. I come to meetings, I want to participate. I might have 5 minutes at the beginning of a meeting, and my topic that I'm interested in might be an hour, hour and a half later. I've heard more discussion tonight from board members than I have in years. To tell you the truth. And it's good. I'm glad you're discussing things. But we've got to get committees able to discuss things with their constituents without going through a lot of formality of predetermined agendas. That's my goal. Better discourse between us here and the board. It works. It worked. 50 years ago I was on this board and it worked then. I don't know why it wouldn't work now. Sorry. Things are different. I agree. Things are a little different today than 50 years ago.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
I would look for a generally positive evaluation of both our school district management, our school district policy. I would use as much feedback as possible with as few restrictions on what can be discussed when and where, and take advantage of the expertise that many of our constituents are able to present to us. Are we moving in the right direction? There's different ways of doing that. You can do a mechanical, statistical. You can listen to people and think what they feel about their school. The school board would be, it could be two different opinions. We looked at the DPI saying, well, we moved up so many places in our, in our pecking order. And then you hear somebody say, well, I don't like the way we are managing our course selection. We don't have 80 courses that we would like. Yeah, I mean, you get tired of listening to it. So, realistically, you have to listen to both of them and evaluate what's facts and what isn't. Facts. I like facts. I like to listen to parents. See what they think. They come up with some pretty valid evaluations of how we're doing. It's, I just think it's a question of keeping an open mind and open conversation with our constituents. What would you like to see us consider as a board, as an administration, as a staff? That to me is the most important evaluation. What do people really think about our district? Not somebody in Madison. I guess we have to live with that.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the unified school district of Annandale 10 years from now?
Ten years from now is generally twice as long as I try to think ahead. 5 years is generally my realistic view. But 10 years from now, right? You think that we have common agreement that we're preparing our students properly with a proper curriculum. Not concerned so much about facilities because we're doing a fair amount of that. I think that's a big factor. But my vision is to have a faculty that sticks around like they used to for years and years and years and years. Because then they are becoming more effective as good witness to what a student should be achieving and striving for. Immediate concerns, yeah, that's a little easier to evaluate, but 10 years down the road, when I could be where we were years ago, my 5 boys and my 5 grandchildren, felt very comfortable coming to school every day and got a very good education with teachers that were here for years. We have to work to find out how best do we hang on to those teachers. It's going to take effort. We don't know why some left. I'd like to know why we keep the ones that we do. That's more important to me. Why are we able to keep a good number of good teachers? What can we do to facilitate that? Let's be positive about it. Let's not be negative. We have good teachers. We have teachers that are here for longevity. But do we do enough to make sure that we can duplicate that? That's what I would hope to do.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
Well, it was said that board members only set policy. Hire a superintendent. My answer to that was true, but the school board member sets policies, but also has to be aware of whether they have set the right policy and whether their policy is accomplishing what it was supposed to. This can be done in a respectful way without getting into, cliques of people talking whatever. I don't feel that a staff member, we're talking teaching staff, I would assume, but talking, I don't believe in teachers going to board members. It's so narrow in impact and approach. But that teacher, staff member should be given the opportunity to come together in an organized way and state concerns that they have to make the district operate better. And then the school board members are listening to what's being said and have an opportunity to ask questions, make comments. Policy is wonderful, but sometimes we hide behind policy and we don't really know whether it's really necessary or effective. So, I don't know how we discourse with our staff members now, from a school administration, nor even if a school board has opportunity to discuss matters with staff who exhibit a need to discuss school board business. I don't know if we have a mechanism for that, but if you don't listen to your employees, you don't often succeed. And we found that out for the last 50, 60 years. Taking small groups of people, convincing them by not be afraid to discuss, good or bad. You often find that there's some brilliant suggestions and people out there that are able to move you in the right direction. So, school board members don't have to be the father confessional of somebody, but they should have a organizational way that some group. I asked if we had department chairs anymore. Well, apparently not. I said, I used to work that the department chair could speak for their members in their department. I still think that's something to look at. You can't talk to 152 people, but you sure could have spokesmen for your staff. And school board members could listen to them. Without making promises. You don't do that. That just undercuts authority and operation. I know we need to get a better means of communication among all of the people in this school district. There's nothing that says we can't do that. It doesn't cost any money. It's not a matter of money to listen and come up with suggestions that benefit this school district. I got talent sitting in front of me. We've got talent behind me. Let's use it all. Any further questions, anybody?
No, thank you much, George, for answering those questions.
Okay.
Gary, how many more applicants do we have? Due to the time, by the time we get through 2 more interviews and the voting, and you still want to go through the rest of it. I'm just wondering, I think it's unrealistic to ask people to stay until 1:05.
That would be something that we can discuss at the beginning of voting, if we want to suspend the agenda.
Just for everybody in the audience that's waiting for this, because I had to.
Administration can see if there's anything that needs to be moved upon tonight, and they can help make that decision. Board members, are you ready? Randy, we have 7 questions prepared, and we will start with Danny, and we will end with Jean for the 7 questions.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Amigo, and how would you help build upon it as a school board member?
I think the school district of Anago historically has had good teachers and strong backing from the community. I think they have dealt well with providing assets, activities for students. A good number of teachers who have come to our community, stay in our community, because Anago is a good place to live. We came here 40 years ago for forgiveness of my school loans. We were going to be here 3 years and that was it. But we like the people we've worked with. We like the opportunities that our children had. Basically, it's a good place to live. It's a good place to bring up children. I guess as a board member, I would hope to continue that tradition. I think we have a very generous community. I think we are very giving. We support our food pantry. We support people in need as best we are able. I think we have good resources. I think we have a very strong medical community. If you can understand why I think that. But they do. I mean, for a community this size, we have outstanding medical facilities. Okay. I'm very surprised that the Catholic Church in this virus has been able to get a working relationship, which has allowed them to recruit people, to have a cancer center, a dialysis unit, up state-of-the-art radiographs. So we've got a lot of things going for us. Okay. I think the school board needs to publicize more the good things that are happening. I don't know whether you're either a public relations person. I think you need to publicize more of the good things, get parents more involved in the education of your children in any way you can, and get community resources, get people to come into the school and teach a class. You don't have to go out of the school to get additional things done. You can have somebody from Reggie come and talk to the school about what they do. There are a lot of interesting people and places, and I think those little extras can add a lot. So I think I would hope to just to continue to support the things that we do and bring about a truly unified school district.
How do you stay informed about educational issues and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention to?
I stay informed mostly by reading magazines, news magazines. I never thought I'd be a podcast guy, but I do listen to a lot of podcasts. Talk to people in the community to know how they feel things are going on with our educational process. As far as current trends, I guess I'm not exactly sure how to say this, but I think that sometimes teachers don't feel they get all the support they should. I know that people are very concerned about parental rights. Many states have parental bills of rights that allows them to opt out of things that they're not agreeable to. And I think we have to listen to those things, but at the same time, I think the school board has to support our teachers, and they have to do what's best for the school community as a whole and not make too many exceptions that can tend to harm the overall process. Clearly, financing is going to continue to be a more and more difficult thing with the federal government withdrawing a lot of things that they have done. Just listening to radio broadcasts about testing done in fourth graders, and this test has been administered for the last 50 years, but it's probably not going to be done next year because it's federally funded, and they're not going to have the money to do it. So I don't know if that concerns the particular tests that we're utilizing in our system or not, but I think we have to be aware that that's going to continue to be a big challenge.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider and what did you learn from the experience?
We had an impaired position in our community. It was very well thought of. And many of my cohorts refused to acknowledge that fact. I spoke with the physician. He also would not acknowledge that fact. Some of his family would, and some of his family did not. When my fellow physicians declined to take any action, I did call the state board of medicine to get them involved. It was clearly a very difficult decision. I made quite a few enemies, but it was the right thing to do. And I guess what I learned from that, excuse me, I did this last time too. I don't know why I have a shaky voice sometimes, but at any rate, you have to do what in your own heart you think is right. You have to consider other people's opinions, but in the bottom line is at the end of the day, you consider all your options and you have to be true to yourself.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
Again, it's a difficult balancing act. I think something that the board could do is have a little more open forum situation. I think it's good to get people to come and express themselves as the people from the swimming pool did tonight, but I also think it wouldn't hurt to have a question and answer session so that the board could receive some feedback. You know, once or twice a year, I think that would be a good thing to do. I think we need to have a quantitative way to assess how the employees in the school system feel like they're doing. Are they satisfied with their job? Are they engaged with their job? I'm not sure. I tried to look and see. I know at times the school has done questionnaires and things of that nature and exit interviews. I'm not sure whether you're still doing exit interviews or not. The hospital has a standardized 8-question thing like, do you feel like you're heard? Do you feel like you have grown in your job? Do you feel supported in what you do? Gallup makes a poll that they use. I don't know what system your human resources use or not, but by following something that you have a numerical assessment of how they're doing, you can follow and say, yeah, we're doing well, or no, we're not doing well with our employees. It also wouldn't be a bad thing to poll the parents from time to time about how we're doing, because you hear, oh, morale's low, or you hear we have a few disgruntled teachers and they're making a big fuss about nothing. You really have no statistics to support you, whereas if you had a quantifiable measurement of that over years, you would have a better idea of what they feel they're doing. I think as far as the taxpayers and the monetary situation, you make a budget and you publicize the budget, and that way they have a better idea of how we're spending their money. Overall, I think the school board does a very good job of that. So you listen and you get input from the community. The bottom line is that the school board is still responsible for saying that we're obeying the law, we're following our own policies, and we're putting our students first in the best way we can.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
I think standardized testing is necessary. I think it's kind of hard to know if how that quantitates. Not every student tests well. I think student retention, that we don't have people leaving our school district when they still live here in the community. I think that's a reflection. I think engagement is very important. I think the very fact that you have 9 people applying for this indicates it's a very important role. I think that you take polls, but just seeing how well people are participating in the school board system and how much negative and positive feedback you're getting. I think in general, most people have a pretty good idea when they're doing a good job, and if you don't, the community will tell you.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Antigo 10 years from now?
It would be nice to think that we're gonna get a lot of new jobs and a lot of new students in the Antigo system, but that's probably not realistic. I guess I would like to see a strong sense of school community, Antigo pride. People are proud of their community, and particularly they're proud of their school. And that we are able to reinstitute some things which have not been as available recently, advanced courses for kids who want to go on to college at the same time and get advanced credit for those things. I think we have excellent potential for our technical classes, but I'm not sure we're making full utilization of those. And I think we have to meet our students where we are. I think we have to realize that though we all have some reservation probably about AI, it is the way things are going to be going. And so we have to embrace those things even though we might not fully understand them. So that's what I would envision, that we're able to provide a broad spectrum level of education for our students who wish to go on and do advanced education, people who are interested in technical or agricultural occupations, that we're able to offer our students the full realm of education that prepares them for the future.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
I think it somewhat depends on what the concern is. I don't think if an employee comes to a board member with a specific concern, we should make any guarantees. In fact, I think most of those situations need to be handled by the administration, not the school board. So I guess I would try to acknowledge their concerns and direct them to an appropriate person within the district that could handle their situation without necessarily bringing it to the board itself. I would think that would be a very unusual situation, that they would have a personal concern that should be brought here. If it's a bigger issue in the community, for instance, what's going on with the pool right now, I think we just have to say, we're gonna listen to everybody, and in the end, we're gonna do what we think is best for the students first, and we have to work within our budgetary constraints to do what we're able to do.
Thank you, Dr. Myers, for all your answers to those questions. Board members ready? Not yet. Okay, David, we have 7 questions that we are going to go around the table and ask you. And you have a copy of those questions in front of you as well. And we're going to start with Danny, and we will end with Jen. Jean. Sorry about that, Jean.
What do you believe is the single greatest strength of the Unified School District of Greenville, and how would you help build upon it as a board member?
I think in most recent years, it's been the addition of a new school. But I can't help but say also in part the pool system we have. Several of my children have had birthday parties here. They went through swimming lessons here. The facilities we have on that side of the city are building what we are going to become.
How do you stay informed about educational issues, and what current trend or challenge in public education do you believe school boards should be paying close attention?
That is a tricky one. There's so many different angles a person can get it from nowadays. Social media is obviously the easiest that most people are involved in. And I think without being involved in that, you're missing a great portion of who's out there.
Describe a difficult decision you have made in a leadership role. What factors did you consider, and what did you learn from the experience?
Years ago, being in a leadership role, doing the hiring and firing of people, it's a job that you're looking at, but it's a person that you're thinking about. Weighing those differences helps fit the right person for the right position.
Number 4, how would you ensure that the voices of students, staff, parents, taxpayers, and community members are heard while still making decisions that may not please everyone?
I've been at several of these school board meetings, and I think a greater ability for people to come up and speak what's on their mind.
The district has experienced significant change and progress in recent years. What indicators would you use to determine whether the district is moving in the right direction?
As hard as it is to think about sometimes, closing the older facilities, that it's too difficult to manage them. I went to school at Crestwood, and when we saw it close, that was heartbreaking because we couldn't send our children there anymore. Where they ended up was ultimately a better decision, so sometimes seeing those things that way is what it was.
School board members are often asked to think beyond immediate concerns and focus on the long-term future of the district. What is your vision for the Unified School District of Antigo 10 years from now?
Trying to think of my children. My oldest is entering, she's gonna be a freshman this year. My youngest is entering first grade, so 10 years from now, he'll be right at graduating point. I would hope that we would have expanded on the facilities that we're growing now and give more opportunities to learn in technology and in local agricultural manufacturing terms.
Thank you.
Last question. What do you believe is the appropriate relationship between a school board member and district employees? And how would you handle concerns brought directly to you by staff members?
I guess I don't know how to handle the second part of this question. I'm sure there's specific ways to handle it. The first part is you listen to them. That's your job, is to listen to them and respond in the appropriate way set forth by all the rules.
Thank you, David, for answering our questions tonight. Yeah, we'll be moving into the initial applicant pool reduction, so we can have those papers ready for the votes accordingly.
I do.
Those members, are you all finished? Okay, if you printed out your memorandum from Davis, you can follow along, or if you want to pull it up in your email, you may do so as well. I'm going to read round one, number one, the initial applicant pool reduction. To efficiently narrow the field, the board shall conduct 4 rounds of voting from the full pool of applicants, all 9 applicants. In each round, the highest vote-getting applicant, regardless of whether a majority is achieved, advances to the finalist group. And the finalist group will consist of 4 candidates. And then of those 4 candidates, we will vote to fill the 2 seats. First seat, and then we'll vote out of those 4 candidates to fill the second seat. Are there any questions as to the process here? If there is a tie in the voting process, there are ways that we can break those ties, and we'll read those in the event that we get to that. Is that fair? So this first round of voting that Deanna will be calling your names for, we are beginning the process of creating the list of 4 candidates to vote from for the 2 board members. So the name that you're voting, that you call out, is the person whom you wish to be one of those 4 candidates. Does everybody understand that? Are there any questions to that? Okay, hearing no questions, Deanna, we will begin the initial applicant pool reduction with round 1.
Okay. Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Harold.
Mike Parisi, who do you vote for?
Donald Smith.
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Beverly Kreisky.
Kristen McMillan, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Joe Madden Nelson, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Gene Adams, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Jenny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Carol Bardo. Okay, in this first round of voting, Randy Myers has received 3 votes, Carol Bordeaux, 2 votes, Donna Smith, 1 vote, and Beverly, I'm gonna get your name right, Krejci? Krejci, 1 vote. So Randy, you will advance to become one of the candidates of the 4. Okay? Deanna, we are ready for round 2 of the initial applicant pool reduction.
Okay. Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
George Shanners,
Joe Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
Carol Bordeaux.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Beverly Krejci.
Mike Precinct, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Carol Bordeaux.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Carol Bordeaux. In round 2, Carol Bordeaux received 3 votes. She will advance to one of the 4 finalists. George Shanners received 2 votes. Melissa Cornelius received 1 vote. And Beverly Krejci received 1 vote. We will now move to round 3 of the initial applicant pool reduction.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith,
Joe Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Mike Precinct, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius. In round 3, Donna Smith received 4 votes, and she will advance and be the 3rd candidate in the final vote, and Melissa Cornelius received 3 votes. We will move now to round 4. Round 4 of the initial applicant pool reduction. Young,
Jill Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Beverly Krejci.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
George Shanners,
Mike Precinct, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius. In round 4, we have a tie between George Shanners and Melissa Cornelius. pardon me, let me turn to round 1A tie-breaking procedure. There are 7 board votes. It is possible that a board's vote to result in ties or 2 or 3 candidates. Therefore, if in any of the 4 initial rounds, 2 or 3 applicants receive the same highest number of votes, the board shall conduct round 1A of tie-breaking process. 2 applicants are tied, there will be a runoff vote. These 2 candidates proceed to a runoff vote. We will have George Shenners and Melissa Cornelius proceeding to a runoff vote. The candidate receiving the higher number of votes in the runoff becomes one of the 4 finalists. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, so Deanna, we are in round 1A, a tie-breaking procedure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius?
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Mike Brasic, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
George Shanners.
Jill Maddock Nelson, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius. In the round 1A tie-breaking procedure, Melissa Cornelius advances to one of the 4 candidates. So, board members, we have 4 candidates that were elected in this order: Randy, Carol, Donna, and Melissa. Those are the 4 candidates as we're going to fill 1 seat on the school board. Using the 4 finalists, I'm reading from round 2, under selection of candidate for the first vacancy. So Deanna, the paper that you'll have is selection of candidate for the first vacancy with the names of the board members and who they vote for this first vote. Using the 4 finalists identified in round 1, the board shall conduct a majority of the vote process. Round 1 vote, all 7 board members vote for one of the 4 finalists. A candidate receiving a majority, which is 4 votes, is appointed to the first vacancy. Round 2, vote if needed. If no majority exists, the second vote is taken among the same 4 finalists. If there is a runoff, if no majority exists after 2 rounds, a runoff occurs between the 2 highest vote getters from the second round. If there are 3 candidates tied for 2 votes each, then we follow another procedure of the selection of runoff candidates for the second and third in the event of a tie. The candidate receiving the majority of the runoff is appointed to the first vacancy. Are there any questions from the board? Deanna, do you have the paper for selection of candidate for first vacancy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can begin calling names.
Okay. Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Jill Maddock Nelson, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Randy Myers.
Mike Brasic, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Carol Pepper.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Carol Margot. In that first round of voting, we have a candidate who has received 4 votes. Randy, you are now going to be filling the seat and taking your oath of office in just a moment. Let's give Randy a hand. Board members, the final three candidates are in the order that they were listed as candidates, is Carol, Donna, and Melissa. Carol, Donna, and Melissa. Deanna, you will see hold on 1 second. Repeating round 2 to select the appointee for the second vacancy. So we are now moving to the second vacancy. So you should have the paperwork selection of candidate for the second vacancy.
Correct.
Same rules apply to fill this seat. Round 1 vote, round 2 vote, and a runoff if needed between those two. You have Carol, Donna, and Melissa.
Okay. Joe Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
Carol Miller.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Mike Friesick, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Carol Bartle.
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith,
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Carol Bordeaux. Okay, we have not successfully voted for someone because they require 4 votes to fill that second vacancy. So a runoff is needed. Give me 1 second here. Kristen, help me read. Yes.
Correct. And then there was one.
Okay, so with the help of Kristen to read this memorandum, we have to do a runoff between Melissa and Donna. Melissa and Donna, one of those two individuals you will be voting for. And then the person that receives the most votes between Melissa and Donna will be in a runoff with Carol for that second vacant seat. Are there any questions from the board members? Okay, Deanna, this would be a runoff for the second seat vacancy paperwork.
Correct.
Are you ready?
I am.
Okay.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Mike Friesick, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith.
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Melissa.
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
Donna Smith,
Joe Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius. Melissa Cornelius is the top vote getter between the runoff between she and Donna. So now we will have one more vote. This vote is between Carol Bordeaux and Melissa Cornelius. Are there any questions from the board? So, Deanna, you are looking for the next round of candidate from the runoff for the second vacancy.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Joe Maddox Nelson, who do you vote for?
Carol Miller.
Jean Adams, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius,
Angie Schreiber, who do you vote for?
Carol Barno.
Mike Prezek, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Danny Nicholson, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
Kristen Matt Miller, who do you vote for?
Melissa Cornelius.
And Danny Pyatt, who do you vote for?
Carol Bordeaux. And in that runoff election, Melissa Cornelius is the top vote getter. So Melissa, you will fill that second vacant seat on the board. Let's give Melissa a hand. Melissa and Randy, would you please come front and center and be ready to take your oath of office? The honor will administer your oath of office. You can move anywhere you need to.
I mean,
I saw that somewhere.
forcefully told to go over this.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Deanna is preparing the oath of office for these two new board members. I do want to thank everybody in this room because your decorum has been awesome tonight. I may not say that enough, but you have listened attentively, and I thank you very much for your participation.
Okay.
If you can raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Randy Myers. I, Melissa Cornelius.
I, Melissa Cornelius,
Have been elected or appointed to
am elected or appointed to
the office of the Unified School District of Vanderbilt School Board,
the Unified School District of Vanderbilt School Board,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof.
swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
Swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of said office to the best of my ability.
of said office to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Sign on the line makes it official. Gene, is there a seat right here?
There is.
So one of you can sit by Gene and one of you can sit by Dan. I know the question came up a moment ago about moving, postponing. What can we do because the hour being as what it is? And I stepped over and asked the administration if there's anything that is pending that needs to be voted on tonight. Is there anything that has to be voted on tonight? Okay, so I'm going to offer a motion at this time. And the motion that I want to offer is, I move to postpone all remaining agenda items not reached at this meeting, June 15, 2026, to the June 22nd, 2026 meeting. So that meeting would be next Monday. Just threw that date there. That's amendable, the date, obviously. And so I made the motion, so I can speak to my motion, which is, this will also not only help us to have clear focused minds on the business at hand, but it will also give our two new board members an opportunity to come by the district office as early as, I'd like for you guys to see Glenda and see whether your computers will be ready for you. They might be ready, I don't know if they are or not, but she can let me know when everything's good enough. Okay, so we can get those computers ready for you as soon as possible, when you can get in and look at some things and be able to educate yourself on the agenda for next Monday night. Any other questions or comments on the motion of the floor? Angie?
Can I make sure that they get copies of that?
Absolutely. You can pass those over. Pass those down to Melissa. This is Boss Bender, I just need another copy because I gave mine to Melissa. So, any other questions or comments of the motion on the floor?
Just extend my appreciation to those that have stayed for 4 post hours. I'm sure everybody in this room is looking for resolutions or outcomes to some big items on our agenda, and it can be accomplished. We did accomplish one. Thank you for sticking with us to this point, and although unfortunate and hopeful that I will vote in favor of it, the motion, which I hope that it allows our now restored 9-member board to have the opportunity to gather information, and feel more up to speed, make the overall decision still as important.
Any other questions or discussion from the motion on the floor? Dr. Myers, if we could, and Melissa, if we could get your phone numbers to Deanna before you leave, so whenever the devices get there to the office, they can reach out to you. You can stop and let Deanna know availability, that you can come by the office one day this week in order to get those devices. And my phone number, if you want to write it down real quick. I'm going to announce it to the public. It's out there in the newspaper anyway. 715-610-1787. I'd like to talk with you both before this week as well, just to give you a very quick orientation process. Danny and Mike and Gene, we're going to get the Reader's Digest version, not what you guys got. But we'll get together this week with Glenda, with her schedule, and go through a quick orientation of what to expect, because you've got a lot of work ahead of you. I think we got your tennis shoes on to run from this point. Right here. Any other questions or comments of the motion on the floor? 6:15, yes. 6:15 will be the meeting. Is that okay for all 9 of us? Next Monday? 7:15. Jill, is Monday not good at all? I really would like to have the full board with the discussion that we need to do.
I don't have my schedule with me, so I can't say this or offhand. I think I'm okay. Maybe we'll start times later. I don't know. Should we have it?
And we moved the start time to 7 o'clock for everybody. I know you said 7:15, but that'll. Would 7 o'clock be okay? In this room? Okay. So the June 22nd at 7 o'clock will be our meeting of the items that are not completed on this agenda for next Monday. Angie?
No items will be added, we will just work off of that
We will work off of the agenda that we have, yes, absolutely. We'll start with the consent agenda and work through what's left that we didn't touch tonight. Okay? Nathan, are you ready for, we don't have. Oh, he's got your voting devices ready. So Brandon and Melissa, the voting devices are very easy to operate. It's simply yes, no, and abstain. It's totally up to you.
The only thing they won't see is their last name because I didn't want to misspell them.
So can everybody give Nathan a hand for getting this together? Brenda, maybe what we talked about, never mind. It's inside about, we tested this and, the question was, should Nate get a $10 raise? And Glenda and I both said yes, but I don't know if that's gonna happen or not.
Doesn't need to happen.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, your voting device is now open. Would anyone like to change their vote? The vote is now closed. And the motion carries. So we will postpone, move this meeting to next Monday, the 22nd. I will entertain a motion, for adjournment. Motion's made by Jill to adjourn. All in favor of adjournment, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, let it be known by saying aye. Not opposed, this meeting is now adjourned at 10:40 p.m.